Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Hey Tuxedo, hey Neil, hey Magnati, hey Malfrey, and Andrew, and Steve, and the Ranch Kid. How are folks doing? Oh, finally. I can't delay it anymore. It is the, what is it, the last day of the month or the 31 days this month? Almost last day of the month. Last Saturday of the month. Got to get this done. Hey, Keith. Hey, Maurice. Here, let's go. This. Oh, wrong. There we go. This is better. Let's finish off this bear build. We have quite a bit to do. Quite a bit of wiring, which I think is going to take a significant amount of time. But I did quite a bit of prep in between. Got a few things done, a few things designed. I wanted to use a little different spool holder setup with a filament guide tube setup, which means we'll swap out a couple of parts. To recap on previous things, we had a lot of discussion on belt pathing, and what I remembered and what I realized that I learned a long time ago is if you go with the Gates or E3D style pulleys, you're going to get a much more chance of a much higher quality. If you buy random idlers off Amazon or whatever, it's really spotty on what you get. So realizing that I didn't realize before that there were E3D Gates style parts in the repo, I printed those and installed those pulleys. Now, the thing that they need is a cut down 5mm dowel instead of the 3mm dowels that the others use. So I cut those down, I installed it. We already went through that. I wanted to make sure we could get done today. So the Gates, Gates style pulleys are in there. When I was working on the Hevo and stuff ages ago, it really highlighted to me the difference in quality between generic pulleys and idlers and something from a name brand. Now Gates is a very solid choice. In the generic or more generic realm, I feel pretty comfortable with Pouch, which is a big AliExpress pulley vendor. They've shown to be pretty consistently good. So, and they make the same dimensional pulley as the Gates, as well as the generic ones. So anyway, hey Bob, hey John, hey Queasy Diver. Is that because they are generic or don't have the matching tooth profile for the belt? Well, that both there, John, because when you're buying a generic pulley or toothed idler or pulley, you can't be 100% guaranteed of what you're going to get. If you're buying from Gates, then you know that you're getting the correct pulley. That is not a chew toy, that's wires. Massive difference in surface quality with good and bad idlers. Well, and just concentricity on pulleys is different between the generic and a good brand. Be a quality thing, but a design thing. Could be both. So when you're going into a build like this, the cost, the little bit of extra cost for a Gates or Pouch pulley or idler is really worth it to not have to troubleshoot things. And I'm going with the ones that I know. I wouldn't be surprised. Like Mello probably sources theirs from Runis. Probably anything sourced from Runis is probably okay. But I don't have a lot of direct experience. So, hey Rod. Okay, what do we want to do next? I feel like we should do all the power supply and wiring and stuff before we put the bed on, because we just have that much more room to work around. So let's get the power supply on there and go rummaging through and find all the all the power wires and get things ran, and get Oscar on camera there. Need to pet the cat more. Well, he's decided it's time to lay down. That's good. He's watching my every move. Hey, Raj. Hopefully today is pretty chill. I woke up last night with an outrageous headache. Fortunately, it went away by this morning, but I don't think I drank enough yesterday. So I've got my water here. Got to finish the coffee. Yeah. Oscar has really turned into the shop cat. I really thought Felix was going to be, but Oscar has decided that he is the king of the shop. He's out here when I'm working on my own. He will come out here, see what I'm up to. He doesn't necessarily stay, but he comes out and checks it out. Felix comes out occasionally, and Felix doesn't. When I come out to the shop here on stream mornings and I say, okay guys, let's go, it's Oscar who's prancing along, ready to come out here. So that's okay. Hey, out about him. Okay, so we're just gonna get these. So same M4 screws, I think, that are in the kit. Yeah, that looks right. So put that through there, and this is gonna go on here like that. So this goes on here like this. And I need to make sure these are straight. So anything here, let's get this printed part. Anything to make sure that's square to the power supply, or at least close, really close. Hey, Leonard. Just so when we bolt that up, it doesn't have to move around too much. Here's the other part. There it is. Went to a pre-party with cast and crew for a 25-year anniversary screening of a movie. Had one drink after I got home and started getting auras and couldn't. Uh-oh. That's not good, John. Only happened twice before. I think it was a mild migraine. This thing last night, it was full head ache, and I've never been diagnosed with migraines, and I don't get those often, but it was awful. I was very pleased. I was really worried. I did not want to have to try to explain not streaming today. Hey, Zombie. How you doing? There we go. Neither of my father had them. My mom a little, so I kind of knew what it was. Yeah. So now this is going to bolt to the inside over here. And then there's another part that goes down here to anchor the bottom. Retinal migraines. Mine was really around like the back of my head, and I feel like it's something to do with the way I was sleeping and lack of hydration yesterday, and yeah. Okay. Let's see if putting this on its side is going to help me with this. Could have been dehydration. Sometimes I forget to drink when I'm busy and get bad. Yeah, and I was all over the place yesterday prepping for stuff. I've been working on the Phoenix, trying to get it ready to have it Orange County Maker Fair, and then Vice after that. Goes there. Zoom. 10mm on these. Yep. Yeah, putting this on its side was the way to go for this. Trying to finish up the Jabberwocky and get my box drill set up finally. Awesome. The plan, if everything goes well, is over the next 2 weekends as kind of a shorter series before starting on, oh no, it doesn't reach. Why doesn't that reach? It should reach. Why doesn't that reach? Oh, it did reach. Why didn't? Huh. I have no idea why that didn't thread in the first try. Is to work on the, is to do the box turtle enclosure and Jabberwocky on my box turtle setup. It's kind of the complete opposite, Neil. But I still want my coffee. Okay, so that's there. And then we're gonna slide one more in from the side over here. And we've got a little bracket here that's gonna need a square nut. Is that a square nut? Is that square along the bottom? Yeah. Do I have any square nuts in here? Or do I have to go grab one from the other box? I always print from step files, been printing micron parts and finding I'm not always getting that orientation correct. Oh, yeah, that can be, I mean, at the very least you can, I mean, I guess what you're probably already doing is checking the STLs, see what orientation they are intended for. There is the, I'm pretty sure on the micron files, I found a couple that needed orientation set. But I don't remember which those were. Where'd you guys go? Okay. I'm gonna grab a square nut over here. Oh. Oh, yep, they're exploring. Exploration. I found a 4x scale mechanical keyboard switch and made a giant version of my creeper clicker. Awesome. The creeper clicker is sitting on my little print display area at work. There we go. So a little square nut in there. And then is this another 10? I'm guessing, yeah. This guy goes on here. It's the power supply. I'm gonna see how this lines up here. Part on the Z drive that is upright, I missed. Okay, so that is over just a bit, and that's okay because I've got a cap on the end here, so I need to ball end driver. It'll be easier. Move this thing over just a hair. That'll overlap or overhang the too much. Just running this across and checking the overlap here versus the overlap on the frame. It doesn't matter. It'll just there. Which way did you print the tensioner housing? Tensioner housing. The tensioner housing. Let's see. The tensioner housing. Let's bring this up here. Let's go. Do I have that? Yeah. Let's see. 3. Tensioner housing. STL. Z drive. Tensioner housing. That way. That way. So here's some way you can tell, especially with Hartk's files, because he's fully embraced the cross bridge holes. So if there's a cross bridge hole like that, it's going to be facing down towards the build plate. That's a tell. If you're looking, that's a tell. If you can find any of the countersunk holes and there's cross bridge on it, that's going towards the build plate. What is the concerns? So there's a little, oh, these tabs here wouldn't print on this face. These tabs wouldn't print right. And those are indexing tabs for the other part. So these printed pretty well like this. I don't have any, this bridge up here was easy to manage. There are plugins, John, for Fusion for adding those holes now. I haven't used any. I always model them. It was just dumb. It's inefficient. I just haven't gotten through to learn the tool or find the tool. Okay, power supply is on. So that means I think we should start getting things wired. Oh, I didn't put the screw on at the bottom there, so that's probably a little 3x8 or something. Do we have anything in here this one might work. Same 3x6. Let's see. So this is gonna go here. Let's see if it reaches. It doesn't. It doesn't. I need at least an M3x8, maybe an M3x10. Three-by-tens in here. No, let me go grab one. Printer entirely out of annealed. Yeah, let me know how that goes. I saw your post on that. Using the build guide, it would tell you the hardware sizes. You're right. You're right, it would. There we go. That worked. And it didn't poke out the other end. Let's bring up the build guide. I don't think there's much of what is left. There's the, I was gonna modify this to fit the profile of the bear frame, but I ran out of time. Let's see, let's go to, we want the, this is this part, right? So, assembly guide, and read the assembly guide. Hey, Dr. Dave, welcome. Okay, let's see. Assembly guide frame. Where can we go? Can we go to the top of this page? Oh. Whew. And then we're all the way at, so we did the LCD screen and PSU. You print your parts from Tech ABSTF with a 0.4. Yes. Yes, I did. This is all old LCD stuff, so it's not going to apply. Some of it will be in, well, this is the power supply stuff we just did. Difference between the black or silver power supplies. That's the silver power supply stuff. There's the black. That's what we just did. Got this is like power routing. So let's get some of those wires routed. I think that's probably the next bit. Let's see. We need to figure out, so now we can set this on its back, I think. Yeah, that works well. Okay, I need to find power supply wires. Hopefully stuff I already have, already crimped, all ready to go. I've got all my old Prusa stuff over here. So I've got a couple, these are probably in the right realm, and they could be long enough. Thought you did, always thought you couldn't with 0.4, but it's been pretty, yeah, I don't know that I can say I've ever had a clog on a 0.4 nozzle due to a filled filament. Even as I've gotten into using like Obsidian high flows and stuff, I've not, I don't think I've had a clog due to the fill. Okay, so I'm planning on going along the back here and sneaking under the Y motor to run these wires. Oh, ooh, that's so tempting, but I don't think I could run more than one of these. Yeah, and I couldn't get the ends through. I was thinking I could run it through the channel there, but it's not going to be very serviceable that way either. So I think I'm going to run it along the bottom and then just sneak underneath the Y. We've got enough feet here to do that. So, okay. Where is, oh, Felix is back there. There's Felix. Very, very purposefully not using the bed. Okay, these don't use the correct screwdriver. Felix is in Oscar's sleeping quarters, that's true. Okay, I gotta figure out, so we have two wires going over here. What do we have? Plus, plus, minus, minus. Here. A lot of what we're doing at the moment is verifying wire lengths. What do we want to do on the member streams next? Not sure what I want to do. If anybody has any suggestions, or come up with something. I've got the next couple of months are going to be interesting in terms of scheduling. Just there's so many events. Vice and 3D Printopia and Orange County Maker Faire. Yeah. Okay. Now, we bring these down here and over here. Do they reach? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They'll reach just fine. That's good. So this is going to go like this. Now I printed out a bunch of these little zip tie anchors. So we're going to end up putting Is it in here and trying to keep things nice and neat. I do need the power panic, whatever connector. Is that this guy? How does this, there's no connector in the harness for that. Does that have its own little adapter? We can redo that. We'll repin that. We will repin that. So this guy goes through here. Hey, Pathetic Puma. How are you? How's the fam? Go. Okay, so that is all that stuff plugged in. So let's put this on here and make sure yeah, that'll work just fine. Those are probably in through 10, so let's go ahead and put that on. I'll get a few of these M310s over here. Removing some parts yourself for this. I know there's something like this on printables. Bear upgrade for yes. So let me cover that real quick because I had to go and find that again. For the most part, I'm using existing files. So if we search for Bear MK4, this is what I've used most of. So aside from things like, so this is since I'm converting, I'm doing a 3.5. I didn't use like the Z stepper or the Z assembly stuff. So it's a mixture. But really what I went here for is things like the power supply and electronics mounts, the display mount, that kind of stuff. So paste this in the chat. Trapped at the 2-year-old has COVID. I'm sorry, Pathetic Puma. Hopefully they feel better soon. Having a stream on general improvements and community mods for a printer, I found it hard to gather a good selection of quality eye for mods for a printer without searching the entire internet. But that would that be public stream, or I'm looking member stream? Something, yeah, something fun for a stream or two. Okay, so yeah, that's what we are going with. I'm just gonna go ahead and put this on, make sure everything. I don't think that's actually hitting the, that's right there. That's neat. Oh yeah, it was. It just took a little bit to thread in. Only sick for about a day, but then that was oh yeah. Okay, so that is done. Come over here. So we have this, and then we have the Z stepper that's going to come along here. So let's go ahead and get this Z stepper. I'm a bit biased because I don't mind either. We get people to send mods they like and select a group you like and install them. The biggest question I have for that is on what? For the number of printers I have, the opportunities for installing random mods seems very limited. Okay, so I have a bunch of the stepper wires that I had on this machine. Oh, and I have the little adapter for the power panic, but I think we're just gonna crimp a new end on. Oh, this one needs it anyway because this is JST. Oh, I have a bunch of little adapters here. That's okay. You bloody JMF. I really run into that issue of what printer is appropriate to try said thing on. Okay, much of these aren't going to be long enough to reach all the way around. This is a stepper connector that was on this printer. Let me see what I have in my general box of wires. Make sure I don't have anything else sitting out over here. Yeah. Let's go there. That's much better view, but while I go rummaging, and you get double the Oscar. Actually, get in the way here. There you go. Now you get Oscar and Felix. Okay, let's find some wire. Oh yeah, that one's long enough for the bar Z stepper. Let's see. We need a Y. There we go. This one will do for, one of these will do for Y. I think that'll do. Grab more if we need to. You commented on Prusa's teaser for what looks like index on a core wine, given Joe's comments at Open Sauce. I am excited. I have not commented on it. Kind of funny. Good question. I got this shirt at Murph, but my beard completely covers the logo. I'm just wearing a black shirt. That looks really cool. I'm very curious to see how they do spool management. I mean, that's a key part of any tool changer, how you deal with umbilical and spool management. Why does Oscar wear a watch on his neck? That's a AirTag. That's an Apple AirTag. And hi, Kobe. Yeah, exactly what Neil said. How they deal with the umbilical, Bowden, all that stuff. Wi-Fi and service or garbage here. Stream not loading anymore. Uh-oh. See you, Pathetic Puma. Thought they could do better than index. Well, the best way to do better than something is to start with it, right? And then improve it. You're not wrong there, John. You're not wrong. Okay, let's go ahead and just, I guess let's start with Y. I want to start with Y or start with Z? Yes, that is not a play toy. It looks like it. And let's start with Z. So I don't have to re-crimp. Grab here. This, I'm going to go straight down and do an anchor right here. There we go. Push that right in there. Let's go ahead. Start anchoring these. Oh, well, here. That's from Oscar. That's from Oscar. Direct. It doesn't look very tired though. Hey, Deanna. Never been good at spool management. I hope the system is fully baked. That's why I said that's a good question, John. So we're gonna put our first zip tie down just because those come straight down. There's nothing else that's gonna get attached there. Same thing on the other side of this. Printed out 10 of these things, so hopefully I have enough. Let's push that right up, and then that'll go straight across the... OnTech license the guts of their tech, allowing companies to implement that info and ecosystem. From what I understand, and I don't know, I don't have any inside information on this, on the index stuff, but from what I've seen and understand is the idea is that OEMs can reach out to them for integrations and whatever. Seems like that's the message that's going out. Okay, now all of these are going to bundle together in this bottom. There we go. So we have all these wires here. It's not snack time. It's not. Ooh. Yeah. I don't know that I have their snacks in here. For some reason, they ended up, the snack bin or thing ended up somewhere else in the house. I don't remember why. There we go. There. Keep these things nice and neat. Another one right before this. There. Another one after. Ooh, what was that? What is that? What am I pushing against? Pushed against something. Might have been hopefully just the power switch. Let's put this on. What can I put it on? I've got a bunch of these. These are all cutouts from one of my... This is... it's one of those things I like to keep just for purposes like this. This is cutouts from the spool rack setup I did in the other garage. I can triangulate this pretty easy. And then get it up off the switches and other little things that stick up. Yeah, probably the power switch, but I don't want it to be sitting on that either, so. And I don't want this to be too tight on that, so maybe move that out a little bit. You're telling us that there's no 100 index tool Phoenix in development? You could fit nearly that many on Phoenix. I will say, has nothing to do with Index. I have been working very hard on Phoenix to get it ready to bring to Orange County Maker Faire. So anybody who has an opportunity to go to Orange County, is gonna hopefully see some cool stuff. Because there have been changes. Significant changes. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Hey, Killer Prince. Awesome. I think I saw you mention that you were going to be able to make it there. Very cool. Phoenix is coming. The plan is for Phoenix to come to Vice. Now, I'm doing all of this, but if I have, well, I don't think I'm going to have way too much. I was going to say, if I have way too much wire, I might want to pull it back over towards the power supply to bundle it up. Let's see. Oh, I don't want to do that one yet? No, I don't want to do that one yet. I want to incorporate the Y stepper in here. And VAR extrusions and rails only cost 100,000. Is there a solution to the heat expansion issue? I hope so. I hope so. One of those things that installing I'm depinning this Molex SL. Molex SL has these little tabs in the middle here. You push those back, then you can pull the pins out. Promising results so far on Max's. So we will see. I think there's likely going to be some refinement of any solution. Okay, so that's that. Kind of want to depin all of these because I want to get some labels on here. So before I get too far, I want to get some labels on here so I don't have to guess when we get to the other end. So, oh, too many characters. So hold on. Oscar's best impression of a snake. Could you imagine the poop of Phoenix if it used an AMS? Oh, geez. It's a Prusa offshoot. All the extra wires get jammed in the electronics box. Is the Phoenix a Max design or a team working on it? It's Max's design with input from the team. That's how most things end up, is someone's design with input from others. This thing is way long. Okay, whatever. That'd be like Great Dane size. Okay, all of these. This guy on here. These right here. Work. I know we have the ribbon cable, the display cable that comes across here too, but it's going to be in a different clip. Cats are taking over. Max seems quite a guy. Hard to tell how involved he is on Voron. Max has, I mean, everybody in the, or most people in the team has the life, you know, family. So it's always a balance, and it always comes, it seems to come in phases. So It comes in phases. So motivation in phases. Okay, dude. Here, that's the last message from Oscar. Keeps sitting right over there. At least it's different. Doesn't like to repeat himself. Anyway, the challenge is to get that free time and motivation to line up across more than one or two people. And that's when real things start happening. When using multiple bed heaters on large volume beds, isn't heat dissipation an issue? I mean, aren't you eventually creating a single heater anyway? The advantage on it's especially on Phoenix to using the multiple beds is you can sequentially heat them up. It takes a lot less energy to maintain temperature than it does to heat them up initially. So once you get them up to temperature, then you can keep them all heated with far less consumed power. That goes kind of forward just to the little higher spot there. Works. That's all above the level of the desk. That is Prusa style wire management. Okay, let me grab the label maker. And the larger heat shrink labels. Heat shrink, there we go. Did Phoenix benefit from PTC heater or the bed's good enough? It gets, with the fan on there, it can get pretty toasty in the chamber. I don't have numbers for you though. That's one of the things I need to get hooked up is a chamber thermistor and stuff. So we are just going to keep this simple. Woo, excuse me. Okay, we have Y. We have, let's go Z left. Let's just go uppercase, that works. Z right. Is that all I really need to label? This thing's kind of self-explanatory. X, Y, and Z. Yep, we just need those three labeled. Print. I'm really shocked a chamber that size isn't spec'd with a heater. You have, mine are 600 watt beds. So you have 2.4 kilowatts of heater in there already. And if you can get the convection going, Bob, are you able to, because I know Bill isn't able to be here today, do you see blocked messages? Are you able to approve those if appropriate, or at least give some possible reason why they might be blocked? Just said about having a few thermistors around the chamber being it's so big. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I probably have to install an additional MCU to make that happen, but this can go away. Sit over. Let's switch to PC and check. I don't think I have any other moderators on here right now. you don't see any held on mobile. It doesn't show me at all, and it kind of irritates me. I don't have any confidence in getting an answer on that if I try to put in a ticket, though. They still haven't answered me on the gifted memberships thing, but it works now, so whatever. Okay, we want Z right is here. The only word was massive chambers. I don't know. That's a YouTube thing, Neil. I don't have control over what YouTube censors in the chat. For some reason, I'm receiving a survey on my chat about appropriateness of several messages. Messages from other chatters? That's odd. Get this up and over. Existing connectors here. There we go. Z right and Z left. Here are Chapman. You have no idea. Here, this easier. Cut these off since I'm not going to reuse them. The Z doesn't matter which one is which, but I think it's a good idea to have it labeled. Opens a list and asks me to select a reason for inappropriateness. Oh, you're able to report something. So that's if you're reporting something, Kobe. That sounds like the report interface. Okay, so those are labeled. And let's start with getting the power cables up into here. So I think this will be fine. Just let's put another one of these guys down here. Nothing held for moderation, so YouTube must be going nutso again. Just get all of those. Let's take this guy up here, up through here. You know where the treats go, don't you? That's where he's pawing at right now. Yeah, I saw that. He knocked something off my tool chest there and then looks at me. Did you see that? Hi, huge dino. This isn't treats. It's not. Hey, Greg. Welcome. We are on to wiring. Already talked about the paying attention and the reasoning behind going with the E3D or Gates pulleys and getting the wiring finished up. Power supply installed. Can just go straight up there. This goes here. Yeah, that works well. Okay, so I think we can turn this thing back on it. Can't stay very long. We haven't been able to say hello. Well, hello. This is coming along really well. these out of the way. Mess of wires over here. So here is something I did off camera, is I crimped all of the Molex SL connectors coming from the tool head to this adapter harness to allow us to plug into the X-Buddy. I'm glad the pulley thing. Twinkly bag sounds immediately trigger that reaction, Oscar. Yes. So I could have tried to reproduce this connector, but I don't think it was going to be very clean and very worth it for this. So this is a quite a bundle to deal with in here, but we'll just deal with it. Now, let's set this over there like that. Now we're going to get in here and start with these power plugs. And I know I have a thing of the correct screws for that. And they might be in for the board. They might be in here. Let's see. See if I can find these. Okay. Solved. Yes. Yes. Well, I mean, really it comes down to, it wasn't worth dealing with generic pulleys. Just go with print the parts for the E3D style, get gates or E3D, and you have some confidence that they will be correct. They will be quality, consistent. What's up there? What do you see? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, okay, which one? All these out of the way. Oh, I've got a ground wire that I didn't run. I'm gonna have to redo all those zip ties. I just realized looking at this guy here. Okay, let's see if I can find one of those that'll go all the way up to the display as well. Sorry. Hands in the way. There we go. Okay, those go there, those go there. Let's find the ground wire. How do you know which is which? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just power in. For this, it doesn't matter. Still my first cup of coffee, missed the missed wire. Oh, the the ground? Yeah. I should have thought about it. Okay. Somewhere over here. Here we go. I've got all the extra things. I think this came from the this is the Y carriage. I think this came from one of the upgrades. We even have the bed pieces. I don't know if should I put the bed things on? I could put the new bed expansion pieces on. But what we have here is ground wire. And I do have the correct thermistor plug, and it would actually be long enough. If I'm redoing this, I might as well do that, huh? The power panic, whatever plug. Here's the actual power, but I've already done that. I'm not going to redo that. Yes, yes, yes. I made snacky sound noises. Power panic, yeah. Okay, let's redo that. Since we're redoing that. I think that's grounds for a bob. Darn it. Time for snacky snack. I gotta find the snacky snacks. Where's the snacky snacks? Where are they? I might have to go get them. Okay, this guy goes here. So this one will go through here and connect over here. We'll be able to get a view here or not. Yeah, it goes right up onto that screw right there. And kitties are good. Kitties are good. They are still very much kittens. The house is their playground at night. Okay. Nice and easy. Sure that that's bent over as much as it can, so we clear that screw. There we go. See you, Kobe. Have a good one. They definitely have a playground here. What are you trying to get to? He's trying to get to my printer shelf. What are you trying to do? Well, darn it. Rod, darn it. You're right. You're right. I was supposed to do the power panic wire too. Wonderful view of my fingers as I try to push the little Molex SL tab while unplugging. I hate these. They can get stubborn. There we go. Now can I put it back on? I'm going to anyway. Okay. That's a good view. Love this camera. So good. I just need to redo all of these. Zip tie code. Where did I put my zip? Oh, there they are. Okay. This guy. So this guy comes out. This guy goes in. Oh. Yeah. Just trying to knock more things off of my workbench, or my tool chest, I mean. Come this way. I'm gonna go get some treats before this guy rebels and starts knocking everything on the table. So let me be right back. I'm gonna grab the treat bag. Be back. Okay. Oh, yep. Felix woke up. Ooh. No, it's right there. You can't see it right there. No biting. That's not there. You have no awareness. You want one? You're not super interested in these. There you go. You want it. It's right there. You're the one that's... That was orange cat mode. That's for sure. Felix is trying to use his share of the brain cell. It's not working too well. You were one lazy cat. There you go. Okay, one more. One more. That's it. You ready? No, it's over here. It's over here. It's over here. Ow. I deserve that. Hey, Steve. Here, you lick that off. Okay, you only get 2 licks. Yep, see? It's 2 licks and then bite. There. Ow. You got me with 1 lick. Okay. Okay, treats are done. You got your treats. Just listening while wiring up 2 Dragonbird Nighthawk combos. Crimp, crimp, crimp. Yeah, Felix is not... Maybe I need to find a treat that gets Felix going. Gotta find the right treat. I do need to get more catnip lollies. Let me figure out where those came from. And okay, this one can go away now. Now, this, I guess it goes right there. And then this one comes this way, which it's going to go in the display thing, so that'll be okay right there. And this goes into here also. Felix drooled all over those, so I think that's a good idea. I'll put April on a mission to find those again. That's fine. Okay, back where we should be. I wonder if I should run the while I have it upside down here, maybe I should run the display cable. Display cable. I think this is this side. Up through here. Maybe in there. Go. Plugged in there, and get an idea how this is going to route up along the top there. Okay. Before we go too far, let's put that one in, which is just a what size is that? 3x6 and 3x8 goes through right here. Let's do a 6 and a washer. And a washer. Okay, right through there, and then where's that? Yep, that works. Go. This guy can plug in, right? Where does that go? It's like that. Okay, we have something plugged in. Okay, then I have a bunch of cable clips for the display cable. There we go. So I think I want these to go. Let's get all this out the way over here. This and this go this way. So that's going to go on there. Good. So I think this can come in first because that goes into this little spot there. If I can do this and then clip it in, we'll find out. So then that should fit in there like that. Oh, I do like that. And then we can shift this around a bit. Is that the correct way to do that is the question. It's fine. I think that's fine. It goes across that. I think I can do this now. Oops, too far. So this into there first, and up into the display cable up in here after. Ribbon cable is caught on the zip tie for that other one. Okay. Hey, Stuart. Ooh, that's gonna be awfully close if it's gonna reach. Okay, so we're gonna shift to putting the display on now because I need to make sure this is all gonna reach and see if I have to make any adjustments. Okay. Display stuff. So let's get the display. And we got to do the peel ahead of time, so we'll do that now. That's never going to be this clean again. Housing here. Now, because of the USB port, this has to go in just right in order to fit. Go. And then there are 1, 2 pieces here. Let's see how this goes. That's got to go right there. Oh, does that have to go? There's no space for that. Interesting. There's a space there for it. Oh, this one just goes on. Okay. Okay, that's what's going on. This goes like that. And then there is this clips in there. Okay. So this has to come out. So this should go straight out. USB port there can be a little tight. Let's see if I can. Leaving the peels on even though they annoy me, the wife takes even more offense at them. Just gotta pop it. Okay, so I gotta pop that out enough to where I can slip this over that, and then it can go back in. That. Now, what size are these screws? Are these by 10s? Yeah, so. I want a surface cleaner for screens like that. Adds a fingerprint prohibitor. Okay, that's how that goes. And the other side just gets a couple of screws. Then a control knob, and I need one of the little ground clips. I think there was one in one of these bags. Yep, there it is. Hey, Thomas. What kind of car? Hey, Kaggle. Okay, the little ground tab needs to go on right here. I don't know if that one goes on with a, might be a 10 as well. Let's find out. Hey, Spectra. Yeah, that looked to be okay. Washer on that wouldn't have been a bad idea, but I'm not going to redo it for that. Okay, so now this has to go here like that. Need a couple of last two of these. Couple in 3x10s. There we go. I still have my original Mark III that is on a bare frame. Haven't touched it in a long time though. Okay, let's see what we end up with here. Not even close. I can gain that back right here. So I think this needs to come straight out, and maybe I'll zip tie it to this Z cable to just kind of hold it in place. But I think that needs to come out and come straight across. Yeah, this will need to come out here, out of here. Yeah, see, that makes all the difference. Let's make sure we're plugging this in correctly. Yep. So there's a little arrow on the side of the the board thing here, so this should just plug in right like that. So now that'll just wrap around into there. Oh yeah, see, it's just barely long enough. This has to basically go straight across like this. Let's see if we can get that now. Its natural bend is like this. Ooh, maybe we can redo all of this and get this a little cleaner. Or is it better like this? Oh, that's actually better. That double bend right there is better. Okay, so one of these guys goes on here. This guy similarly has to come up and around like this. Again, here. This would have been better to do with the display off. I don't know if I can do it on. I may have to take it off to get that on. I think I will. Oh. This will probably have to bend down out of the way. Yeah, just like that. Then get this centered. Fortunately, I can use the little Y rod mounts as my guide for centering. This is a 3.5 Bear Spectra. So this started as Chris Russell's Blue Bear. It had been converted to using an SKR Pico with clipper. I decided to take the opportunity to try out the new BearExxa V2 tool head, and then I had an extra parts for a Mark 3.5 upgrade. So, okay. So now this will go on ground wire in here first. This is here and here. So maybe this goes over just a bit. Under and over, and there. That's nice and tucked out. Why does the Z motor have plugs? Because this was a very modified printer. This isn't, I don't know for sure what, where the origin of all the parts are. Let in. That's very, that just has to go very tight there in order for the ground wire to reach the way I want it. Okay, so another one up here. Converting it to a Core 1 Bear next. The hope is I'm going to send this over to the same friend who has the ender wire. I'm going to grab the ender wire back. Go from there. But do I have any more of those? Yeah, I do. I'll put another one here. Just this one up. One here. Yep, Prusa wire. Prusa wire is a thing. There. Cool. I think that is all of the under bed wiring. That's just gonna sit right there. It's a little tight, but let's pull this a little bit just to make sure we're not grabbing on the edge of the case there too tight. There we go. There, that's better. Let me see it first on the web page. One right now. Okay. That's on, that's on. That is really close to center. Let's see how close to center. 15. 113.5. Do it right there. The right Z motor won't go along the extrusion, it goes across the middle. Oh, this is all custom wiring here, Spectra. The wire lengths that come with on the Prusa steppers may not match. Yeah, it's close. Very, very close. Good enough. I don't want to stretch these wires too much. There we go. Okay, now we're back. This way. We only have stepper wires left to deal with as far as there we go. So that's there. All these are going to go up along here and over to the appropriate stepper location. Some reason on my oh yeah. Let's see here. We have X, Y, Z left, Z right. Oh, they are actually labeled that way. ZL and ZR. Nice. We will make it so. Oh, we need to do an X stepper. Okay, we'll do that in a second. We have Y. So Y is gonna go up here. Keep along the top and then plug in. So probably about that long. Making it a little longer than it might need to be, but so that's Y. This is Z right. Somewhere around there. Z left. Z right. Z left is just a little right in between. Just going by the lengths of the other wires around it. There we go. Okay. Someone's getting sleepy. Nope. Okay, here we go. So I have the correct terminals and connectors. So these will plug directly in instead of using the adapter. You discovered there's a like button, John. Good job. I'm proud of you. Okay, we crimped one of these several streams ago and found out that it is surprisingly easy. I don't know how many of those we'll need. Hey, Andres. It was surprisingly easy. Did want to find is one of my adapters. Where are those? I have the official little adapters somewhere. Where did I put those? Just wanted to make sure use it to confirm the pin out. There we go. There we go. These are the little adapters that come in the Mark III 3.5 kit. Meowana lollies. That's hilarious. Okay. A little bit of space here. Blue, red, green, black. See you, Greg. Thanks for stopping by. Send me an online. Oh, Amazon link. Nice. Okay. Core 1 and index. It's exciting. It'll all depend, for me, it'll all depend on how they do spool management and umbilical management. How is that going to be done? I don't know. I don't know how well that's been cracked anywhere. Okay, definitely need the glasses here. And these get, just looking at how they snap in. I think they go sideways. Is that right? Yeah, I think these go in here. They go in sideways like that. That means, just looking at the little terminal, the way it sets in there. As we go in here like this. So it's black, green, red, blue. So black, like this. Green. See, I told you these are way easier for the pitch on them, for how small a pitch they are. These are super easy to crimp. Okay, so this goes in here like this. We can go. Does that go? Did I get it right? Oh, I got it. Did I do it opposite? Did I go backwards? I think I did. Yep. That's okay. We can deal. Black, green. This size wire is at the limit for these, I think. Give it a little poke with the tweezers, maybe. So I think the insulation crimp on this one. Let's try that. This 24 gauge wire is at the limit. There we go. Light green, red. Each one of these is going to get harder and harder because it's pushing the connector off the side. Let's pull this out. Push that over. There we go. PTFE wire would have been better. This is just regular PVC jacket. Push that over. I think we can make it work without redoing all of this. There we go. Yeah. Oscar's doing his usual stuff. There's Felix. Okay. Y is done. And they are fully seated. I'm okay with that. It's not ideal. I think PTFE wire would have been better because the insulation is thinner. Oh. Okay, so Y will go up here. Oh, there's the, let's shrink the label. Okay, ZL. So same thing, but we got to remember it's backwards. It is Charlie's Angel 42. Yep. Oscar, I could really use my chair. My back would say I could use my chair. Ugh. Okay, so it is black, green, red, yellow, but we're going to go the opposite. here is the crimp side. Yep, the crimp side is up. So blue. Now, what I want to do here is get that really good. Really make sure we get the insulation crimp on there good. Nice and tight. So blue, red. Green, black. Hey, I just happened to grab just the exact number of crimps pins that I need. Black. Okay. Oh. Had a couple issues with one of my Mark 3S. I paused to clean filament off the nozzle. Then I clicked resume. It never resumed. Had to cancel the job. Oops. It just stopped mid-print today partway through saying it was complete. That's weird. Corrupt G-code or what? Okay, so this is, these go in up. So blue, oh, it's this way. Blue, red, black, right? Yep. Green and black, but I want to get this green one in first. Then black. With paying more attention to those, to the amount I'm crimping, that went together better than the last one, or at least a little easier. But PTFE wire would be way better. Just making sure they're all seated. Yep, okay. ZL, it's done. The last one. It's blue, red, green, black. blue. Red. Green. What are we going to print on this thing? I suspect we're going to be start a print and be about done, but it's going to take every bit of time we might have today to finish this. There we go. Oh. Definitely Oscar's chair. Yep. Okay, blue. Blue, red, just using a little screwdriver pushing against the terminal itself until I hear a click. And then because this insulation is really pushing on it, I'm kind of pushing back from the other side here just to make enough room for the next one to go in. I don't want it. Well, kind of pushing it off to the side, and then black. There we go. Okay. Sweet. We have a few zip ties to put in. Longer zip ties here, and a this is the whole, I should have done this before I put the thing in, but we can use this tool to bring these around, hopefully. Nope, wait, that's not catching. That's not catching. There we go. Here you go, Andrew. Good job. Definitely more difficult since I put the ribbon cable in here before these, but we'll get them. I think one more. Can't actually see. No tweezers. I was just using them. Tweezers. Where are the tweezers? There they are, right in front of me. Couldn't have been any more in front of me. Ah, good. That actually did go. Oh, come on. There we go. Sheet metal tabs for these really do like to catch on the nylon zip ties. Okay, that is good. Now, I'm going to plug these in. Just going to go up. Round, plug in. Why? Find cable there. Z left. Here, Z left, and Z right. That is going to be a whole lot cleaner in here than using those adapter harnesses. Okay, now all of this, I wonder if I can wrap this at all. That up here, tuck that up there, go here and here. Come on, you can get in there. If I go. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's really considering that bundle of wires, not tight. We're just holding wires in place. We're not aiming to tighten these. But that is, honestly, I'm not displeased with that. That is a bundle of wire, but it is, with all those connectors, that's pretty well managed. Okay, that means that the tool head and all the frame related wiring is done. Now we have the bed and the X stepper, and we can turn it on. That's pretty awesome. Okay, let's do the bed. Actually, while we're here, we never finished the tool head wire zip ties. Let me get a zip tie on here. Actually tighten these down. There we go. It's pretty quiet today. A bit more chill. That's okay. I don't mind. You're really insisting on getting into things up here, aren't you? Oh. Okay, that is done. We can do bed. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Look what I have. Look what I have. OCD satisfied. Only took 4 streams to get there, maybe 3. And while we're in that area, let's do a real quick swap out of this part. So the part here is for if you just have a top mounted spool, it runs directly down into there. There is an alternate part. I think if I had a live stream when I'm doing hobbies, I'd get and be quiet for 5 hours. Okay, so that part stays, but there's an alternate part here that just gives a little more area for the PTFE tube to sit in. It's just a taller version, but we transfer the filament sensor bearing over. Now this can be a little bit of a pain. Let's go here. So if I've tried this, if I try to put that right in, the little trigger piece gets in the way. What I found is if I put this in from an angle at the back, like that, and then sneak in under here, screwdriver, push that out of the way, then I can get that down in there. Let's go back on. You're right, Bill's not here to stir up trouble. said one of the 50% of likes that we have, Bill said he'd come in and throw a like. So if Bill isn't even here and threw a like, what are the other 25 people's excuses? Okay, so that's done. That was quick. Let's get that out of the way and work on the bed. We have choices here. We could use these little heat bed expansion joints along with the thing here. Now my question is, will everything home correctly? Because this does change the height of the bed. Will everything home correctly with these? I guess we'll find out. If we have trouble with that, we could switch back to just the others. But all of these will go on. So we need the, I think it's M3 by 6 or 4. What are the button heads? There's some button heads for this. I think it's these. It's these right here. These Torx bed height should remain the same. It's still referencing the same middle spacer. It's not the same middle spacer. Will this printer see a lot of printing, or do you tend to use your go-to enclosed printers now? This printer I'm going to give to the friend that I gave the ender wire to, and I'm probably going to grab the ender wire back from them. What I'm going to do with the ender wire, I don't know yet. These are just, okay, so there we go. In the upgrades, we reused one of the old ones going from Mark III to Mark IV, but this spacer here, Bob, matches the height, or should match the height of these. The old spacers, these, see? These are the Mark III spacers. This is a Mark IV spacer. Okay, so this goes on here, pointing away from the middle. I need to get my smaller. Smaller driver. You're confused. There we go. I confused Bob. So it's going to change the height of the bed by these. These are 8 millimeters, and the old ones, 6 probably. Yep. By 2 millimeters. Now I seem to remember that there is something very specific to the firmware and the Bear upgrade to do with the Z height and being able to pass the checks. Okay, all these point towards the middle one. Oops. It's the other way that it points. Other way that it points. Because it's gotta be, I was pointing them this way. It's gotta be this way because that's the expansion part. So I had that incorrect. Let me fix that. There we go. Using the BearExxa, you lose Z height and the firmware objects. So I'm gonna lose even more Z height if I do this. Is it worth it for the expansion joints? It's going to object anyway. The 3 bearing design. So this is definitely one of those cases where 3 points define a plane, and the 4th point in a setup like this could over constrain it. Yeah. This will be an easy swap if this does end up causing any problems on the bed spacers here. I'm gonna try it, see what it does. Hey, Jason. Okay, then the center bearing will go through there with a regular, probably a longer screw. Okay, so that is on there. Now we need to grab the bed. I'll put the bed right here. Put the new thermistor on. So here is a thermistor setup. Hey, Joey. With the correct connector. I have another one of these, but I was going to use it, but it'd been pinched at some point. I didn't want to use it, so we'll use the power wires and the sleeve and the thing here, but the rest of this. Good lazy Saturday. Mm-hmm. So the thermistor can go away. Go over into my Prusa box of parts. This is what we'll need. But first, I guess we really need to be like this view, otherwise you're just staring at my head, back of my head when I do this. Patrick, thanks for the super chat. Was gonna be smart and gift memberships. It doesn't really work that here. Doesn't really work. Okay, so that's gonna go in there. Let's get a little paper towel, and I'd already cleaned this off yesterday. It's kind of prep, but just to make sure. Where is the, here's my IPA. Ah, there. See height adjustment is done in the experimental menu. Ooh, okay. That's good to know. We'll get there. This is a thermistor, yes. Not a thermocouple. It's not that fancy. That's gonna go there. And then we got our ear tweezers. Okay. Let's see if I can get this here well. Probably should have biased that way a little bit. Just give myself more room for the Kapton tape over here. As it is, I'll be barely overlapping that over here so I don't interfere with the center screw hole. You behave. Ah, it's not behaving. Seems a little overkill on the Kapton here, but near wrinkle-free install. Ooh, near bubble-free too. Nice. Neil, 2 years, thank you. Does it not then go to subscribers who aren't members already? Yeah, I just don't think they enable the feature here in a member stream, Stuart. A roll of Kapton goes pretty far. Mm-hmm. There, itty bitty bubble there, and teeny tiny wrinkles there. Thought I could get those worked out, but they'll be there. Otherwise pretty good, nice and square too. Okay, so now we've got our wires. What was it? Is this? I think it's this side. There's little chips of aluminum all over the place because I'll show you why later. I'll show you why later. Okay, what is the, I think it would be an advantage. Go to the Days are long, but the years are short. You don't have that option. It does get dark earlier and earlier too fast. Do I have the instructions up? Let's go, let's go to the Mark 3.5 upgrade. Heat bed upgrade. Take that off. That's the old thermistor. That's the new one. Put the tip in the little dotted circle, just like that. Foil on. Look at all those wrinkles. What in the world? Avoid the mounting holes. That's pretty decent though. Okay, so then we want, okay, so the non-labeled side, and then it is that and washers. What are these? M3x10s? Of course they are. They're always M3x10s. M3x10s and a couple of washers. Where do I have my washers? There they are. I think it is this, these bigger washers. See you, John. Going to see capybaras in San Jose. What's the deal, buddy? So there we go. Okay. This washer. Is that M3x10? Yeah, I guess so. I think this is the other side. There we are. Washer and a nut. There. Appears to be a build sheet covering your mounting holes. Yes. An extinct build sheet. Okay. Very extinct. Okay, and then other side, then that. Just kind of point towards each other. And then we have our caps, the wire covers there and there. I do need some X nuts, 1 and 2, and 1 more, and 3. Build Sheetosaurus. 2 and Ooh. So those are all seated. Okay, and then I need three more and 3x10s. Okay. That. Okay, so we do have the, here, let's take the build sheet off for now. Where is this? Here we go. So this guy goes in here. Thermistor wires. So this guy goes here. Thermistor wire comes up through here. We don't care about this little tab of what? This label. So it is going away. Okay. That's going to go on there. Wraps up that way. That'll set around. Okay. So this is like this. This points up like that. Ah, there we are. Points up like that. This comes in, sets over, like that. Oops, pointing a little too far down. Okay, what is that? Is that another M3x10? Here we go. This guy here. That's what holds all this together. It doesn't need to be an M3x10. I have M3x8s, and it's not going to stick down. Not going to stick down and be a potential rub spot for that thermistor wire. There we go. 1, 2, and 3 of those. That. Now we get to rewrap this. Rewrap this. Hey, Kevin. Finished my 2.4 a couple of months ago. Now I'm installing Vitali's CNC parts for my Trident. He doesn't even sell them anymore. He doesn't even sell the CNC parts for the Trident anymore? What? Didn't he just come out with those? I mean, I'm planning on using them on my Mad Max build. Is he really not selling anymore? Or is it an older version or what? I'm gonna have to reach out to him. I've got to figure out the sequence of builds that's coming up, because I have Mad Max and Stealth Changer both on the docket. Okay, so all of this is in there. And then this around. There we go. This is going to go up, sneak into there, and then this is going to go on top. The two. Looks like he has new versions now. I got mine last year. Oh, okay. So I have the new versions because I just got them. I have teething ones though, so I have to figure out what. Okay, so that's there. That has some slack, but it's not hanging down. Now we take the sleeve and put the twist on it. Rotate. This helps lock this split loom together, keeps things from being able to sneak, any wires from being able to sneak out of there. And then come in and gives the nice path. Okay. This can go back on here to keep protecting the top of the sheet. Well, no, it can't. I gotta screw the thing down. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Here. Here. The idlers look narrower and might work better with A4T and Zoll. Okay, so we need to make sure that this guy here is centered. Whole thing just sets down. There we go. Sets down like that. Screwdriver in there. There we go. Now it's lined up. I need the center screw and the rest of them. Where did those go in my bin of things? Ah, here they are. Yep. These are all them. Torx driver. Oh, that's not Torx. I thought that was Torx. I guess it's not. I might have another one in here that's Torx. Yeah, there's the Torx one. Okay, I think this is the one we want to use. Okay, so center one, not tight. Then come around the trouble can be fun. 2 weeks a month gets exhausting. Oh yeah. Not tightening these yet. Just get them something smell? Okay, now we tighten this. Oops. It's okay. Tighten the ends first. So we can tight, 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 and then the corners. Okay. We are starting to look like a complete printer. We are almost 3 hours in. Wow. Okay, I'm good. We've got a bed and X, right? X stepper and the bed. Okay, this, and then I think in the box is that box, the Wi-Fi module. Yep, here we are. It's not, see, not treats. See, I gotta look. It's like, what is that? It's like when I give you the same food 2 days in a row. That's the same look. Same food 2 days in a row? Hell no. Yeah, see? He agrees. Okay. So that should go there. This goes like this. Is that right? What else goes on here? I feel like I'm missing something. Do I have the wrong cover for this particular setup? Because there is a different module here for this cover. I think I have the wrong cover. I think this is the newer cover. That's okay. We can put this one on. I can print the other one. But I think this is the wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I have the wrong. But I'm going to use this one. I don't think I have. Let me see. I don't think I have the other, because what I have are parts from effectively, these are all parts from a 3.9 upgrade I did on the printer, on the one that's now a Core 1. But I already had the 3.5 on the printer, so that that's that. So I don't think I have any extras of the proper board for that cover. And that's just a miss. A little miss on what I printed. Let me just make sure I don't have something I don't remember having. Including whether I have a proper cover printed. Nope. So we'll just throw this cover on for now, just to hold the bed wires in place. Hey, Redacted. What? You have something on your nose. this guy is. Oscar is the most pathetic kitty. It just goes on like that, right? Can you guys hear that? So sad. So sad. Come on, you are. That's not long enough? I thought it was a 10 for these. That's not long enough to screw in there. Is it a 12? Is there some, yeah, it must be a 12. Pulled the trigger on Leviathan today with the sale from West 30. Nice. What kind of sale is West 30 having? Must be 12s. There it is. Okay, and when I throw more parts at that printer that has that filament loaded right now, I'll print the proper cover for that. Meantime, these, there we go. These get plugged, wired up. Do you mind if I try to tweak the Z delete from your V2 for the micron? Not very CAD savvy, but wanted to give it a try. Absolutely, go for it. Go for it. The a lot of my files, just as an FYI for that, are a combination between what Hart K has already done, and he may have published on his GitHub. So if you want to look for something that might already be done, check there. So it's a combination between that, my own stuff, and the Phoenix little umbilical shield. Okay. The last thing is the X stepper. I think the X stepper is all that's left. And we can power it on. So let's go. There you go. Since I have to move this, let's grab a PTFE wire for this one. Just got to find one with the right end on it. Got lots of them with the JST end, apparently. Oh, I don't have, oh, I think I'm gonna have to crimp that actually, considering any of these wires are probably going to be from high temp steppers. So I'll just grab a length of the right color wire here. which means they're not going to have a JST-PH connector on them. So I think I'll have to crimp both sides. Oops. What if I try to giant cat? Yeah, is that super fun? Okay. That and that and one of these. Okay, so this is black, green, red, blue. Where did my glasses go? There they are. Black, green, red, blue. I would say that the click fit, whatever, are about equivalent to crimping in terms of difficulty, fiddliness, about equivalent to crimping a pH. These right here, they're about the same. Which is to say, really not that difficult. No biggie, yeah. I was surprised at how easy the click fit were to crimp the first time I did it. I had a successful crimp first try. I think. Okay, so now this plugs in that way. Go black. Then skip one. Then red. Then green. Then skip one and blue. So there's our now, does Prusa list, or do I have an X stepper for wire length? Do I have a bunch of, this one might be. Yep, cool. I'm gonna use this as a guide for the wire length. It'll be close enough. Just making sure the wires are in the right order all the way along. We go here to here, cut that there. do the same thing, but with the click fit. Where did those go? It's the 4-pin. One of those. And for the 1, 2, 3. I know. That's not treats though. And you go take a nap. Take a nap. Lay down there with Felix. Hey, Ahmad. Okay. Here we are. Here's our example. To go blue, red, green, black. This guy, Oscar, yesterday was so distraught. Came around to me and April just yelling. And all he wanted was to lay down with someone in the bed. Okay, blue. And this is PTFE wire, so we'll see. We should see that it's a lot easier to click in these wires. Same gauge. Yeah. Felix will do it too. Felix will just love on ya, rubbing on your leg. It's like, let's go lay down. I never labeled this. Did I print a label for it? I don't think I did. I'm not gonna waste a whole thing of labels. Here we go. X. See how well this works out. There we go. X. Okay, so now that is blue. Oh, good job. You found a toy. Yeah, and that just clicked right in, didn't deform the spot next to it. Blue, red, green. I'm gonna have to push these in. Black. There, and come on. Oh, come on. one is a bit more of a pain. There we go. Okay, let's see how well that shrinks. Just fine. Found the puffballs, yep. Okay, now I think I should have a short piece of, that's for the Y. I should have a short, extra short, maybe it's this. Yeah, I think it's any of these. Extra short piece of sleeving. All right. Doesn't matter. It's just too big for this. I'll just work this thing on here. Okay. Then from the other side. That should, if it's not bound up in there, it should just slide in there. This will plug in. There. And then a zip tie. Just the short zip ties, there they are. Almost done. There's nothing to stop this thing from unwinding, so there's no real point in putting any good twist on it. Now we got to go through here. So, lighting on that is absolutely horrid. So dark. There we go. Let the white balance do its thing. Okay, so these off. I'm going to try to do this all kind of in place. Since I've got the extruder stuff all in here. Hoping something like that. Oh, and then this guy plugs in here. And with that, the inside is done. Everything's hooked up. Everything's hooked up. Okay, now we have this. I need to pull the NFC tag off of there, and that came off pretty nicely. Let's see if I can just reuse this. Clean this up a little bit. This is a really poorly designed part in that that's a bridge, which is a bit much. At least that's a bottom facing as far as on the printer. Just cut the bridge part away. Okay, now that's because this has to stick down just a little bit. Okay, so now we got to get this little guy up in here. Sure, it plugs in right there. So let's get these guys out of the way. And this guy. Let's see if we can get. Goes there. That goes. No, that goes the other way. Kind of seeing how this is all gonna fit in here. What are you hitting on? It's gotta sit on there. Ah, I see. So for this screw over here, it needs to come out, right? What is that? No, that's not true. It's not true. Is this thread into there? Yep. But it pushes on that. Ooh, that's interesting. Let's just poke through here. Hey, Brent. That's funny, Brent. You were doing the same, yeah, same thing as someone else. You're not related, are you? Why is that? Ew. Okay, so that's too long for that. That needs to be an 8. It needs to be one of the 8mm ones. So the problem I'm running into here is the mounting screw for the cover is pushing against this printed part here. It would have been nice to have a little recess in the back of this for the screw head. But I think an 8 might work okay. Let's see. All I need is a couple of threads to push through there. Yeah, an 8 will do. So even on the, oh boy. Okay, we're gonna go an 8 on both of those because this one is a little tight as well. Oh, come on. See if I can get this to push through. There we go. Boink. It just sticks through beyond the case, and I didn't want that. This one still sticks through. I mean, a 6 would probably work for this. Okay, that's on, and I thought that that might make it a little easier since I wouldn't have to struggle with that to get this guy. Very, 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 very fiddly. Oh. Can't get enough force on just my fingertip to get that on there. Try the butt of something somewhat soft. What can I use? YouTube just crashed. Uh-oh. Is there anything with some stiff but with some grip? Let's try this. Problem is, you don't know if you're actually pushing. There we go. Got it. You don't want to push on it if it's not centered on the connector, but that's on. Whew. Okay. Now does this thing go on? Okay. That needs to be up That needs to push back. Barely. Barely. One, two, three, four. We ready to turn this thing on? Yep, I made sure they were pushed out of the way. I think we're ready to turn this on. No. Yeah, I mean, we could. Let's put the spool management stuff on real quick. Finish the mechanical assembly. Okay, so for spool management. Oh, and also for appearances, I went ahead, the comment on the metal shavings is I went ahead and tapped every spot for caps. So all of these caps are gonna go on here because I like the idea of screwing them in and not using the set screws that are the default. So, and these are using the little low profile screws. So when they're all tight, these are completely flush. You close the lid, that's bad. The other thing I'm gonna do is put these slot covers in all the top facing spots now. But let's get it powered on. Let's get the mechanical assembly done. Power it on. Yeah, these are all nice and flush. They're just thick enough so that these guys, so that these flathead or these low profile screws sit flush. Oh, yep, there it is. Nice and flush. Should be, yeah, sticks out a little further. It's okay. I took Greg's original CAD files and modified them to create these. They have a different index, like the back. I indexed to the center part of the extrusions in a little different, slightly different way than they were. Those started out with these set screw holders. This is the file they started with. I made them slightly thicker and then changed the way that center indexing feature works. Now this one has to come back off. So this one has to come back off real quick. I need to put spool holder on. Spool holder and filament guide tube retention. So we need M5 peanuts. You can do these two. Last two of these. Okay, so spool holder is this. I modeled this from scratch, well, based on switch wire, because I'm really liking using this as my spool holder for things. So it comes off, switches between my printers if I want. I think I need 16 here. Yeah. Through here, and maybe we can put this on like this. There we go. So this will come down here. And that's nice and sturdy. That looks reasonable. Just making sure we have enough clearance below. Wife came up to me and said, "What are you watching?" You're watching Gandalf. Gandalf. Again. Well, I like the again part. Then I took Greg's part, they call it reverse bowden. Reverse bowden's the wrong term. Just a filament guide setup. I modified this, stick out a little further and angle forward is all. So this uses one of these guys. Threads in here. Those threads work pretty well. Get that to line up with the axis. Perfect. Yeah, I'm liking, I've got a setup, various setups. I even have my Mercury 1 using the same thing. The Mercury 1 uses that, and my Legacy and everything uses that. Okay, so this is gonna go up here and flush with the top. There we go. And this can go back up here. That is the bear assembled. Let's get some of this. Let's use some of this 2.5 ID PTFE tube. So I'm kind of liking it. Unless I have, I don't think, ooh, is that? Nope, that's 2. What about this? Ah, here we go. This is what we'll use, because I think it'll be fine. The 2.5 stuff is really nice for when you need to, might have some extra bends in there, but this is black 3mm ID. We'll use this. So this would go here. And then we need to all the way over and do this nice and slow. Bring this down. I guess I could have done this after we turned it on. Just did it as a home. bind that up inside the stuff. Probably something like that. Then we'll bend it around. Okay, now I can put this away. What are we printing? Assuming this thing works, what are we gonna start to print? If I don't get any good suggestions, it's just a benchy. This here, that just goes down in there. Hopefully this kind of forms to a, when filaments in there and stuff, it's got some memory bends in there. Oh, we have a, is there a low poly bear out there? Let's do a low poly bear in the blue filament that I brought out. Oh yeah, need one more thing. One more thing. This needs, I'll use the more durable 2mm ID stuff for this. But this needs a PTFE. Let's get a better mark here. There we go. There we go. Close the one NCA stream chat. Cool. Okay, where's my power cable? Let's power this thing on. Hope for no smoke. So far, so good. Firmware update required. Insert the bundled USB drive. Yeah. Stop beeping. Stop beeping. Eee. I had a thumb drive around here. Is there any special firmware I need to put on this? Where did that go? I even had a Prusa thumb drive around here. Where did I put it? Biggest thing is I know it's blank. Do I need to do anything special with the firmware for this? Oh, I could hear it. It was very irritating. I know I had one very close by. So I knew I was going to want it. Snag one out of the printer over here if I need to. There, no, well, there's a thumb drive. It'll probably work. this one in. Let's see what's on here. Okay. There's Oscar. Did a couple mods to that spool holder, 2 horizontal Teflon tubes, and a block with 2 vertical Teflon tubes to stop spools from cutting into the holder. Okay. Okay, this is the Bear upgrade. Did they say anything here about frame differences? This is for the 3.5. For more details and progress, this is parts, print settings, additional parts, case mounting, and input shaper. Due to the Prusa approach to input shaper, there will be some artifacts and the default values might not be perfect, but I was able to compare my stock Mark IV, and if there was any change was for the better. I'm seeing it on the y-axis, okay. The Bear upgrade. There's some nice alternatives. I'm just looking for any information on firmware stuff. Changelog, additional info. Failed the XY. There appears to be an issue starting where you can't pass the Y test anymore. Current workaround for either ignore the notice about calibration not being finished. Okay. Hey, don't knock it. I don't really see anything unless I skipped it in my skimming. There was okay. So we need to go out to, oops, there we go, Prusa's. Let's go help and Mark IV family firmware. Is that what we want? Let's look at clear the filter. We want old products. Nope. Clear the filter. I guess it's Mark IV family. Doesn't give anything else. Where's even Mark III? That's old products, but it doesn't have a Mark III. Doesn't matter. Here, let's do this. Support. There's a more button? Where was the more button? Clear filter. Oh, more. Thank you. Mark 3.5 family. Let's just go Mark 3.5. It's the same thing. Okay. Let's download this. Save it to projects Bear. Just save it there. Let's see what's on this thumb drive. It did not show up. It is not showing up. Okay. Let's grab, I'm gonna grab the thumb drive out of my core one right here. Just as a get us moving. There we go. I want BBF file. Let's just get rid of these. Just to get them off of there. Delete. I think everything else is just G-code. Okay. And here, and does this have a No. Huh. Used to be a send to option. Show more options. Send to. There. Okay. Sure, made it there. There's that. Okay, now power it on. Flash it. Flashing the firmware. I'm just playing around with this PTF V2 while we're waiting for that. Trying to kind of form it a little different. That's a little better. So the expectation is it's going to fail all kinds of tests. We'll see which ones. Installing. Flashing the ESP. Oh, I need to change the nozzle. Hot end fan not spinning. Check it for possible debris, then inspect the wiring. So we're going to continue. We don't have a hack on that. So it's going to say English. It's your original Prusa MK3.5 printer. Okay. Printer type 3.5. Yep. Print head is nozzle hardened, nozzle high flow. I'm turning those all off. Extruder. Oh, it's abort. Stock. For a 3.5, it's basically stock. Done. Nozzle. Oh, I put a temporary nozzle in here, and it's probably like a 1 millimeter nozzle or something. It's green. It's the green sock version. I don't know what that is. Nozzle. Network setup. What am I supposed to do here? Can I do this with my phone? Let's see. Let's go here and the Prusa app. Add a printer wizard. We'll guide you through setting up Wi-Fi on your Prusa 3D printer. Go. Is your new printer already connected? No. Other printers. Can't find your printer type? Let us know on the customer line. What? Can't find your printer type. Yeah, it's not that. But password. Continue. Go over to the NFC. Hold your device near an NFC reader on your printer. Do I need to reboot this thing in order to do that? Because I think that might have been what we had to do at one point. Because I just did the firmware update. Here, let's skip the network setup for now. Let's skip the network setup. I'll reboot it here in a second. Let's run self-testing calibrations now. No. We're going to say no before using the printer. Okay. But I think we can go in here to settings and do things like turn off the fan check, right? Let's go to hardware. It's Mark 3.5. It's got the, okay, that's all normal. Filament auto loading. We should be able to do filament auto loading, which is, yeah, that's on. Steel sheets, G-code, display, refresh rate. Okay. Turn. I think that's it. Let's go back and control. Let's do a quick, let's see what self-tests it runs. So fan test, it's going to, it turned on the fan, but it should fail. But the print fan, the part fan should pass. It's saying it's not passing though. Is the hot end fan, oh, that one's, yes. Okay, now it's doing the part fan. I think. Print, there it goes. Print fan's going. Okay, so that one passed. That's good. So XY axis test. Previous calibrate are not all done. Continue anyway. Yes. Well, that failed. TMC over temp. What? Okay. Why? Do I have a pinout? Pinout wrong? Control. Calibration and test. XY axis test. Okay. So it doesn't like something about, probably about the pinout on the Z steppers. Yeah. Okay. So the Z steppers are probably not, we don't have the right coil pairs set up is what I'm guessing. Let's unplug these a little faster. This off, actually. Okay. We've got something going on with the Z-steppers. That was the very first write-off error. Just move those up there. So this should be, let's see, is this, what can I do? I'm trying to think of what the easiest way to test the pairs. Yeah, that's long. Anything else? Here we go. I'm just finding a set of wires here that I can use. There, just do this. Expose some wire here. Oh shoot, I cut that instead of stripped it. Try that again. This time with more glasses. Magnification. Do we have anybody still awake here? Is anybody still awake? Yes? Yes? You're buying stuff from West 3D. That's a good excuse. An easy way to check should be to plug this in and hold two wires together and turn it. Those are a pair. Those are a pair. If I try to hold the middle two together, it doesn't matter. So the outer two ones are pairs. So black, green, red, blue are pairs. Are they, so why isn't it running? It's in the right paired order. Is it Labor Day on Monday in the US? Yes. Yes. So this is failing because some TMC overheat error, but I think it's because of wire order. Will this, I want to see the, oops, I want to see the X and Y move. So I'm going to leave those Z drives disconnected. Hi, Christoph. I'm going to leave the Z drives disconnected and see if it'll still do a, it'll go to the XY test. Nope, it just immediately reboots. TMC overtemp. TMC overtemp. Okay. Let's see, over temp on what? I don't think that's the actual air. I think it's a... I don't think that's the actual air. No, there's no burning smell. Nothing's burned up. I'm not worried about... I don't think anything would have fried from anything I've done. I think it's gotta be... I don't really have enough parts to try different things, except checking all of the steppers for pinout. Everything is consistent. I don't know what the extruder is, but any ideas? We have the correct pairs. I'm puzzled. There's a firmware bug Hey, Schlunky. A firmware bug requiring a reflash. So force a reflash and see what happens. Reflash of the same firmware, or should I try an older version? We can try this one. What is the, I think the, if I remember right, if we turn this on, and as soon as we see that, we hit that button, right? Or is it hold down the, what is the force it into a reflash? What's the force it into a reflash? You just Googled Prusa TMC overtemp. They have a page on the air. Prusa TMC overtemp. Just looking for anything that's time new enough. Last updated about a month ago. This is all older board. XBuddy TMC over 10. Let's try that. Oops. Let's see over. I typed C. Okay. Yeah. Oh, wow. I don't think it's actually overheating is the thing. Prusa MK4 force. What was the... Where was the... What do you hit a button while it's showing the boot screen? What was the... Is it double click a button or something? Here. Firmware recovery. If you want to revert back during the startup when the logo, press and hold the knob to force a firmware install screen. That's it. Powered on. Here, we press and hold. Then let go. Nope. You keep pressing and holding. I don't know. Just keep pressing and holding it. I have no idea. Double press might be the thing to do. I tried a single press earlier. Try a double press. There we are. Okay, double press. It might have been a single press, but double press worked too. Let's go ahead and just reflash what we have. Just as a try. Flashing firmware. Oh, just reboots. Just reboots. None of those are hot. So I don't think it's, I think it's a false error. But what is causing it? I know they're unplugged, but I wanted to see if I could get, I don't think it's gonna matter if they're plugged in or not. There. I don't think it's gonna matter. So we may need to reverse the direction of the motors since we can't do that in firmware if the direction isn't right. Just instantly reboots and then we'll get the error. We could try an older version of the firmware and try forcing something not the latest, see if it changes. Prusa firmware buddy, 6.2.6. This is release candidate last week. Display refresh rate fallback to improve stability, reduce sensitivity to bed heating, fixes rare during filament handling. Odd if it throws the incorrect error. Well, I just got to figure if it's not wired right. Unless I have a bad board here, but everything's plugged in where it should be plugged in. I don't have other motors to connect though, Raj. I mean, at one point, so during the startup, it locks the Z steppers. So it can do that. I wonder if we, just for fun, unplug the X and Y, because it did lock the Z steppers without error. Yeah, see, they're locked now and there's no error. So with X and Y unplugged, I know it's going to fail this test, but I just want to see if it instantly reboots. Yeah, it instantly reboots with them unplugged. TMC over temp. Let's try the last stepper that can be unplugged, aside from the Z steppers. Just instant reboot. I don't know what to do. I think the last thing I want to try here is just go to an older version of the firmware. How far back can we go? When was the 3.5 released? Mark 3.9, so we can definitely go in this area. Something stable. 5 for, let's see. This is a brand new board. Does it matter if it's 3.9? Does it have to be compatible with the 3.5? I don't know. Let's try here, a little newer. Here we go. 6.0 firmware for original 3.9. What was right before that? Bunch of release candidates. What's the 5 point something stable? Here we go. This is what I want. I want this one right here. 5.2.2 firmware. Go to a completely different version. I know DOEs happen. I get it. Let's download this. Save that. Let's grab the very oldest firmware we know. Should be able to run this board in this configuration. That's the... So 6.2.4, we're going to 5.2.2. And we're going to delete this other one. Delete that. Yes. Okay. We're going to try your single press. Yep, single press, Bob. I don't know if the bootloader is going to screw us up. Seems fine for your bearers. Yours a 3.5, Rod? So we know that at some point in the recent past, this printer ran. So the steppers worked just on Clipper. I could fairly easily probably swap to Prusa original X and Y, but I got to stay with this stepper for E, and I don't have extra Z steppers. Let's complete calibrations. Let's just say okay. So let's say not now, a Wi-Fi module. Let's go to info and version. We are 5.2.2. So let's just reboot. That's what we're trying to do, Schlonky, is run the calibrations. Yep. Firmware doesn't seem to have an impact. TNC over temp. Bummer. Everything's unplugged. I mean, do we get the same thing if we seriously unplug everything? Let's unplug the Z steppers. Nice. I'm considering the series done. We might come back. If we come back to this, it's not going to be necessarily as a member stream. If I figure it out, we'll figure some way to go through it. But I'm not going to extend the members part of this to troubleshoot this. No steppers plugged in, and it just reboots with the TMC over temp error. And none of the drivers are None of the drivers are hot. Thanks for being a member, nice. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with the physical build. I think it turned out really good. But I got to figure out what's going on with this. And I have run out of on-stream ideas. I was going to print. What was that? I stepped on something. I was going to print with this stuff, which I thought was a really interesting color. It's just Polylite PLA, and it's just listed as dark blue, but it has got a sheen to it. That was going to be the print. But yeah, just up through here. May have been the ball toy Oscar had a bit ago you stepped on. No, it felt like something. I mean, I have a. Ah, there it is. It's a it's a piece of the clear the FEP tube. I didn't see it because it blended in. Okay, I'm not mad. At least not for that. It looks like the metallic blue ABS. Maybe it's mislabeled. Maybe it's mislabeled. But the box, everything just said dark blue. And it does print like PLA, so it is PLA. But maybe it's mislabeled as a metallic. That's disappointing. That's really disappointing. Well, I'll figure something out. We've been going for 4 hours. I have a lot of things I want to keep prepping on for Orange County Maker Faire. So tomorrow we'll be back on the Micron for final configuration and test print. I'm hoping I have a guest on, but they haven't been able to get back to me. So it might be just us figuring out more calico things and getting all the rest of the configuration checks done and centerless homing and all that kind of stuff, and get it going and finish up the Micron series tomorrow. We're going to take a little detour into black box territory for the next stream or two, at least 2 streams. Black box enclosure and nozzle brush, and incorporate those into the workflow. And then the next stream, maybe dive into, while it's printing something or whatever, start the Jabberwocky assembly, and then do finish the assembly and install the next week. So hopefully that's just a 2-stream thing. I want to do something a little different with the Jabberwocky though, because I don't want to run a beacon or other options, and that's all it's set up for, is beacon or cartographer or whatever, and I don't have any of those. So I want to try using, where is it? I want to take the opportunity to try this guy. This is not a Revo PZ. This is the standalone PZ probe, which is just a washer. So I want to try this. Since that printer already has Revo PZ on it, it would be cool to see if I can get this to work. So that's going to be a little bit of prep time to get a mount for that. I want to try 2 things. I want to try under the bed as the trigger point for that and see if it works, or find somewhere on the tool head to put that. It just has to be somewhere solidly mounted that transfers the impact from the force from touching the bed to it efficiently. So yeah, I think that's it. I'll at least let people know what's going on with this. But once we figure it out, I don't know when I'm going to be able to troubleshoot it though, because once I sign off here, I'm going to get back to busy on the Phoenix here. So, yep. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. Much appreciated. Thanks for being members. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.